Okay, so let's see, is the audio working here? Okay, yep, that's fine. So let me switch to the game. And I believe the audio is going through here. So yeah, that should be fine. So, yes. We are going to hopefully finish story mode today. Where we finished off last night was we were basically kind of halfway through Western Air Temple. So we were just about to do the Toph section leading up to her finding Zuko, and I guess there's a Combustion Man fight again, and then we'll get into the final couple of chapters. I do quickly want to mention that in between streams, I did a bunch of like the extra stuff, the spirit trials. So of the ones I've unlocked, as you can see here, I've done 11 out of 12, because this one here, number 9, is, I think, really almost like unfairly difficult. Like, look at this. Let's just have a quick go at this. These are super fast. So let's just show this. So it's a blue spirit trying to defend a villager from just enemies for a certain amount of time. I feel like I just cannot deal out enough damage. Now, I don't think I have Blue Spirit fully leveled up on the skill tree, but it still feels like way off getting that one. Because otherwise, like, I'd say like the difficulty level on all of these is pretty easy. Like, all of these are pretty easy. The Suki one here, you have to do 3 waves of enemies without taking a hit, which is doable because you're not under a time limit. You just have to play cautiously and you can do it. Everything else has been relatively easy except this one. Similarly, I've also been going through free mode, so you can see here I've 100%ed a bunch of them, except you'll note here Blind Bandit having some weird issues, just like making the quests progress. I might be completely missing something here, but it feels like I might have some sort of a bug preventing a quest from progressing. That was fine. I'm pretty sure in free mode I'm now sort of like locked in place in Lake Lagai. I just want to quickly show you guys this. So note that when you go back in, these are the only options that you have. So you say yes. So I go back in and it's going to leave me where I last was. So you can see here, basically what I did was I was going back through this again, trying to finish everything. So I decided, hey, I'll do the boss again, so I won't do it here. I beat the boss, and it basically puts me back here immediately. It loads up right back here. In the room with the statue. And again, with the statue, all you can do is save or change character. And it's like, okay, room. Only one place really to go, which is out this way. Which just leads you into this room, where there's this fight.
I recommend drinking more tea.
Yeah, you can play any character you want in free mode. I might show that again because I don't really have many more options here because I'm pretty sure I'm locked currently, unable to actually like progress here anymore.
Defeat was inevitable.
Okay, so we beat this, and there's nothing else really going on in this room here. All we can do is either go back up where we came from in this case, or where we're meant to go is through here. But the door is locked. So effectively, because I replayed the boss, which is something you're allowed to do, I'm now basically stuck here. And you saw I was only at 83%. And what I need to do to bump it up to 100% isn't in this area. So, unless I'm completely missing something, like the only options I have here are nothing in the settings, the help just brings up the details about the game. Go to main menu, literally just puts you back to the menu where you can choose what level to go into. And again, there's no options to kind of like reset your position or anything like that. So unless I just do a character change here. So if I haven't seen the character change screen, here it is. So you can see here you have your 3 characters, and basically you select whichever one you want. Let's do Toph, and we just swap Toph out for one of the other playable characters. So Katara, Sokka, Suki, Blue Spirit, Zuko. So if we put Suki in, you can see she's here now. And does that help us at all? Yeah, you can play Zuko and Blue Spirit together. Yeah, they're just completely separate characters basically. So yeah, I think I'm basically just in a bit of a bind here until maybe there's a patch. I don't know, will they even support this game or anything like that? But that's obviously the most like serious bug. I'll really quickly show you guys what's going on in Blind Bandit, just to give you a sense for like, you know, kind of little errors kind of going on with the game or stuff that seems to be that way. And again, this is meant to be a game for kids, and I'm like here really struggling to do these basic like fetch quests. Like in the Blind Bandit section, really it's literally just like 3 or 4 fetch quests around the area. So you can see here, I think everything I need to do is in here. So if I open up this menu, you can see what I need to do is both of these 2 quests. So the first one is that I need to get another ingredient for this quest. And then in this one, I need to ask the staff about jewels. But it seems like I basically have to ask the same person about the same thing, and it's causing a bit of a problem, as you'll see here in just a second. So, wait, which one is it that I can do? So yeah, if I do the compass thing on this, you can see here, it's very clearly telling me, talk to this guy about the crest jewel thing. And he just says this. And I cannot find this thing he's suggesting. And then the other one is telling me to go over here. In here. But even if I solve this puzzle, yeah. I can't really like go in here, and it is a door because you can see here through the wall I can do an interact prompt, but it doesn't do anything for me. So then it's like, okay, do I go to the dinner table? Is there something here? I can't jump on it. Poppy was the one who gave me the quest. Like, have they prepared the special dish yet? Not yet. Because I have to find the other ingredient. But the other ingredient is over here. And I'm pretty sure it's this weird thing where, like, because the quests both relate to the same person, because one of the quests is stuck, it feels like both of them are kind of stuck. So, and again, I looked around for like half an hour earlier on trying to do this, and it's just like, what's going on here? So it's a pretty confusing situation, but I won't waste more time here going over that. It's just, at the moment, these two things are kind of keeping me from basically like 100% on the game. How's the game so far? It's fine. It is a, you know, very, very, very middle of the road game. I'm enjoying it, mostly because it's an Avatar game and there's not many Avatar games to play. You know, there's some fun to be had here, some frustrating parts because, you know, it's not the highest quality game out there, but like, I don't think it's like absolutely awful, given what my expectations were for it, given that they didn't market it at all or talk about it. So let's say I continue the story here. And hope that there's no issues with progressing any of the main story content stuff. Okay. So, what are we doing here? We're looking for cracked walls. I think I already got this one at the end of last stream. Okay, this is, I think, a statue. Okay. Oops.
Awesome.
Okay, that's obviously a weird thing, that because, like, I did that in this kind of story section where I only have Toph, but, like, the group is basically expected to be there to finish the quest, like, properly. Okay, there's another one of them. No, that's just that one over there, so... In which century does Avatar: The Last Airbender take place? Do we know any specific dates? It's just meant to be sort of like fantasy, basically, but obviously, like, technology, you know, puts it at a certain point, but also they advance very quickly and stuff like that. It gets kind of weird because, like, Korra is obviously, I think, going for like a 1920s type thing, but then, like, we get mecha tanks and stuff like that later on. Ah, that's what those markings on the wall are for.
Great.
Avatar 1's era looks kind of the same as ATLA era. It does, but the big thing is obviously we basically see no technology in 1's era, whereas in Aang's era, of course, like the Fire Nation have tundra tanks. We eventually get to war balloons, airships, and we have some level of tech. That's kind of one of the ways you kind of see like the advancement. Because again, the overall setting, of course, is always going to be sort of traditional, kind of focused on martial arts and stuff like that. But yeah, this should progress pretty quickly, I guess. Will we get a cutscene here?
Ah!
Or are we just like skipping here?
Toph found Zuko, but he accidentally burned her feet, causing her to flee. As she returned to the air temple, the ground began to shake.
Okay. It does make the choice on when to do those 3D cutscenes just feel like a little bit weird. I get there are certain key moments you really, really want to do, but like, why haven't you done this as a art, like the comic style cutscenes, or the 3D cutscene? It's just those decisions are a little bit weird. Okay, we're just going for Combustion Man boss fight, okay. There he is.
It's Combustion Man. He's after us again!
This guy just won't quit.
Look, this to me is kind of like the problem, sort of to a certain degree with the game. It's like, what do we have there? Okay, Toph, as you would expect her. Aang in roughly the right outfit during this time. Again, pants color aside. Zuko's, they've actually now given him, I think this is kind of the first time we're seeing his proper Book 3 outfit model. But Katara is in her Book 2 outfit model, not her Book 3. And then Sokka is still back in like his original one. Even though they have the invasion armor one, which I'd prefer they kind of almost like give him that rather than this in a way. But it's just frustrating.
He will if me and my trusty boomerang have something to say about that.
Okay, he's like super far away, so what are we doing here? Oh, boomerang. Okay, so Sokka.
Never seen fire bending like that.
more
okay.
dangerous than ever.
They gonna go.
That hurts.
That third eye is creepy.
Okay, so this is why we have Zuko here, I guess.
Stop that. Don't fail me now, Boomerang.
Gotta remember my training.
Never seen fire bending like that.
Focus, son. Focus. How did he find us?
That third eye is creepy.
Okay, there we go. It certainly got the kind of hectic feel, I guess, of fighting a combustion bender across, where you have to stay on the move and stuff like that.
All right. Hey, I know how to get an angle on him. Yeah, Boomerang! Oh, Boomerang.
Okay. So that is the Western Air Temple, and now the expectation is, obviously, will they skip the next episode, Firebending Masters, and go straight to the Boiling Rock? It's all about, like, how many chapters are they giving to this. So 16, 17, so 3 to go. I'm guessing it's Boiling Rock and 2 chapters for the finale. Okay, airbending scroll, so this will finish up the airbending.
With that battle, Prince Zuko had finally proven himself. Not only to the Avatar and his friends, but to himself. He had come to realize that no one can be given honor. One must earn it for oneself. And at that moment, he chose to do what was right, to play his part in ending the war. The Avatar himself came to a realization. My nephew was meant to be his firebending teacher, because more than most, Prince Zuko knew how easy it was to hurt the people you love, while the others were less certain of Zuko's change of heart. They followed the wishes of the Avatar, and he joined their group. Soon, Zuko and Aang went to the Temple of the Sun Warriors, where they danced with dragons. They
Nice shot.
learned the real secret of firebending, that it is energy and life. Sokka, meanwhile, became increasingly concerned about his father and the others taken prisoner by the Fire Nation. Zuko said they were likely being held at a terrible place called Boiling Rock, and attempted to dissuade Sokka from doing anything rash. But of course, now it was Sokka who felt he needed to regain his honor. Zuko knew how he felt and offered to help.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, we're doing Boiling Rock. I think it makes complete sense. It seems perfect for a level. And we'll see how much they do, because of course the big build up in this is like, okay, Sokka and Suki reunited, but it's the Mai, Ty Lee, Azula stuff at the end. That's like the real kind of like big moment from these episodes. And so far, Mai and Ty Lee have made, I think, 4 seconds of screen time in this game so far. So hopefully they give Mai her big moment, Ty Lee her moment. Okay. Okay, we're using Sokka in his Fire Nation outfit. Obviously, this type of game, whatever the budget seems to be, that they weren't going to make custom guard outfits for both of them. Makes sense, I think, to a certain degree.
I am Prince Zuko, son of Fire Lord Ozai. You never stood a chance. You can't beat me. Good guys.
They have guard enemies, though. That's the one interesting thing. Is like, would it really have been? Okay, so let's take a look at the map, actually. So, Boiling Rock Courtyard, so we're going to go here, main security cells, main courtyard, common room, control room. And I assume there's like going to be probably like a second area, the whole gondola sequence. That might just be where maybe a boss fight happens. But yeah, nothing else going on here, looks like. Make your way to Suki's cell. Okay, that was quick. Do we know about combustion bending? The 2 most recent Yang Chen novels go into combustion bending in some detail, like more than like we've had before, of course. I suppose it's one of those things where, like, in general, on the channel, I'd be like, you know, the books have been out a couple of months. Like, I'll talk spoilers. But I don't know what the audience is with regards to, like, you know, do you guys want spoilers for those Yang Chen books about, like, combustion bending stuff to have this discussion, or should we leave it as read the Yang Chen novels and there's a bit more about combustion bending? Obviously the basics are that, like, it's a very rare, specialized firebending technique that literally only a handful of characters have. Oh, waterbender. but we don't have a waterbender. So yeah, I guess that's what this is here for.
Finally, we can go through. Yay!
I put up a video, when was it? Was it about a week ago? It's called, what's it called? Bending Power and Special Bending Techniques. That has more up-to-date information on combustion bending. But yeah, like Lauren says in the chat there, I do have a combustion bending video I did last year after the first Yang Chen book. That is it's a full like breakdown, kind of just specifically about combustion bending, like, you know, what it is, how the technique kind of like works, what we know about it. It has some speculation in it. I think it's mostly still like very valid. Like I don't think the new stuff from the book really adds anything to that what I would usually have in that video, because basically in the new book all they basically did was slightly elaborate on what one of the characters in the first book said, but mostly left it as like, you know, it's still a vague technique because it's so specialized. No one really knows how to train it properly, or the specific details of like what the scope of it is. So you get the impression even the likes of Combustion Man and Ty Lee potentially haven't maybe even unlocked the full scope of the ability. But what I discussed in my new video was
to Boiling Rock Prison.
I'll cover that in a
rescue
second.
Sokka's father, Hakoda. There, Sokka is reunited with Suki. Together, the trio and some new friends concocted an escape plan. However, Hakoda's sudden arrival at the prison not only scuttled the plan, it made things worse.
Okay.
Listen up.
So yeah, the new detail is basically the idea that, like how Bolin unlocked lava bending, where he was in a life-death situation, lava bend or die. They're basically saying that that is part of how you get combustion bending as well. You have to, in a way, be put in a life-death situation that requires that ability to kind of get you out of it. And even then, it's not guaranteed that you unlock it. So this is how they're keeping it rare and not a easily learnable ability, because the stuff that we see in the Yang Chen novels is basically, even with all the resources in a way in the world put into making this happen, this impossible kind of violent, kind of torture-based kind of situation, we still only end up with like what, 3/4 more combustion benders. So it seems like just purposefully going out and trying to learn combustion bending is not really a thing that like you can actually do necessarily. Can an avatar learn the ability? Based on the idea of it, it's like the answer would be like technically yes, but realistically no, because I don't think any avatar would actually put their life at risk in an effort to learn an ability like this, knowing the responsibility of their role. Now, there's obviously the chance that, kind of like the Bolin situation, maybe an avatar just naturally gets into a life-death situation and actually goes ahead with it. But I think the creators are being somewhat careful about just not giving every single special ability to the avatar. We already have been kind of doing that a little bit with regards to, like, you know, Korra gets metal bending, you know, Yang Chen, Kyoshi, and Korra can all heal. So you get the idea where I think purposefully saying that I think basically an avatar is never really realistically going to have combustion bending unless the technique becomes like heavily researched, known about, and they know exactly how to activate it in the future, maybe then there's a chance, but I think at the moment, no. Okay, so what are we doing here? So yeah, we have Suki on the team now, and note they have given Suki her her kind of prison outfit here. Will they give Suki her kind of like final battle, kind of actual Fire Nation outfit that's not just the prison stuff? That'd be interesting to see if they do that. Oh, look at Suki with the Naruto run. I guess this fits because like typically she's sprinting with the fans back, but like without the fans it kind of looks a little odd. Yeah, like this is unfortunate, I think, because you can see here she technically has no weapons. She should be doing hand-to-hand combat, but she's still treated as if she has the sword. I think they're mostly... No, they just have it in her hand, but it's a little bit unfortunate, but it just feels like the sort of game that like it isn't going to go to those details. Deming. Okay, so this is what those mirrors were all about. Shatter all those mirrors and his ego along with them. That's a nice line.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, there's one of the mirrors. And there was one back there. Again, I'm not going to focus too much on the side quests here. We want to get through the story here. Okay, so there's definitely some stuff to do with like Katara if we bring her in here, or actually like just Aang, like Aang or Katara. She can still use her special ability, even though like it shouldn't be possible in the prison. But you know, that's just the way it is. You know, a game like really going for it, I think, would give Suki like a custom moveset for non-bender fighting. Like basically almost treat this version of Suki as being almost like a different character almost. But obviously that is not this game.
Everyone down. I tried to warn you, but did you listen? Stop that!
No!
There. There.
This isn't turning
Yeah,
out so
this is
great.
taking a bit longer because I think unfortunately these three are, I don't think they're fully leveled up. These actually might be three of the characters I have who are maybe the lowest level. So I should probably upgrade them after this.
Team Avatar for the win!
Yeah!
Focus, Sokka. Focus.
Yeah, this could be a long level if I don't have enough to upgrade my characters here, because this is...
I better be more careful. Score another for the good guys.
Hey!
You're in trouble now.
Okay, which characters can you play in the game? Okay, we have Aang, Katara, Sokka, Toph, Zuko, Suki. That's basically your 6 Team Avatar members. Then you have Blue Spirit, Zuko, you know, but Blue Spirit is a separate character. Iroh, and the final character who I don't have access to just yet is Boomy. You do get to play as Boomy. I assume he's like the complete the campaign character unlock, or there is an Order of the White Lotus section at the end of the game where you do get to fight as Boomy. I guess it's Boomy and Iroh together probably, and that's where they introduce him. That's probably the way they're going to do it. So yeah, that's that. I don't have a clue if there's any like secret unlockable characters. Kind of feels like, you know, Paku is part of the Order of the White Lotus narration of the game, so like it kind of feels like Paku? We're gonna maybe get Paku at some point? Okay, so there's gonna be a training area there, I guess, in free play or later on. But we're just moving forward. Yeah, level up actually. Okay, so yeah, the problem with Zuko is that like I can't go over to this side of the tree until chapter 17. And then I can't go over to this side of the tree until chapter 18. So that's unfortunate. But Suki, yes, I need to upgrade her. So yeah, we'll do this. Have that. Increases attack damage. Yes. Fan attack damage. Yes. Okay, so Suki should be pretty good after this. Let's see, concerns about Avatar Studios, that everything will be family friendly because of Nickelodeon. I think the fact that they're planning at least to do so many different projects should kind of counter some of that, because, okay, one of the projects might be very aimed at kids, but that might open the door to us also being able to get projects that are maybe a little bit more aimed at kind of older fans. Because like you saw that with Korra, like Korra was a slightly kind of more mature than Avatar was.
There.
No! Yeah.
Attack.
Another battle, another fallen enemy.
Ow. Hey.
And that's the end of you. Another battle, another fallen enemy. It's
We can
open.
go through now.
Let's go.
Shan Yuan?
Happy to help.
You picked the wrong fight.
Oh,
And that's the end of you. Another battle, another fallen enemy. You think you ever had a chance? And that's
Here
the
we
end
come.
of you.
Yeah.
okay. Quick side quest there. As we Naruto run our way to victory.
Ah,
One Avatar Studio is to go even darker than Korra. Will we ever properly see like blood and stuff? I don't think we'll ever go like super dark, but like I could see us bringing elements of some of the stuff that we're seeing in the novels, that kind of level of kind of violence into maybe a series, depending on kind of what specifically we're doing. But I think one of the appeals of Avatar is that most of the time it isn't all about just pure violence being really dark and brutal. So I don't think they'll ever lean in that direction, like just purposely for the sake of being dark. What are we doing here?
Look at us. I think we can go
that
through
way.
Attention, please. Oh, no.
Look, it's Chit Sang.
Excuse me.
No? So, like, are they all gonna say no then?
Listen up.
Yeah, Invincible is an interesting one where, like, yeah, like I like the show, but there are times when, like, oh, a fight's about to happen, and I almost like prepare myself to wince because, like, at any moment you feel this is gonna get gory, and if you're not fully prepared for that, like, that can really just like kind of take you out of it. So, the right levels. Like, I don't think the novels ever go that levels. They sort of like allude to stuff in that, like, say like in the Kyoshi novels, how Janju kills Kelsong. That's like brutal. It is violent, but like it's not gory as far as we're aware because it's so sudden. But like it has a huge shock emotional value because of like the characters involved, and that's like this almost tiny like earthbending move, one of the kind of most subtle earthbending moves that you could imagine. Okay, now we go to Chit Sang. please.
Wow!
I can take it.
I need to turn this around. Ouch! Strength is almost gone.
I'm not just any firebender, you know. You never stood a chance.
Better not make me break a
Son
sweat.
of Fire Lord Ozai.
It opened right up.
You picked the wrong fight.
More fighting.
Can't let it go on like this. I'm not just any firebender, you know. I am Prince Zuko, son of Fire Lord Ozai. You never stood a chance. I've got you now.
Okay. Kavik spit bending in Legacy of Yang Chen. Yeah, that was a pretty brutal move. Well, we know from specific instances in the show that, like, you know, when you bend, you are using your kind of inner energy, your chi, which is the same as like non-benders use for like just activities. So like you do, so a bender is technically using kind of almost like double energy, because they're doing an energetic martial arts move to perform their bending as well. So you know, they do get tired. Like we have instances of, like, you know, Toph, I think at some point, is it during like the invasion, is notably like tired at a certain point. There's a point towards the end of the Promise comic where Toph also is kind of like tired from how much she's used her bending.
The riot Sokka plan worked, and they were close to escaping with the warden as their hostage. Just then, Azula and Ty Lee appeared and attacked them on top of gondolas suspended over a vast chasm.
Okay, let's see, are we actually going to get Ty Lee here? Again, so far she and Mei have about 4 seconds of screen time in the entire game. And this is a pretty big moment coming up. Okay, there we go. Ty Lee actually seemingly involved in a boss fight.
Looks like Azula brought a friend.
This is a rematch I've been waiting for.
This is the kind of problem here of, like, with this game and the presentation of the story, is that we actually know, like, nothing about what happened to Suki after episode 4. We really just, like, have not come back around to her or explained where she's been. Like, we barely covered the idea that, like, you know, I don't know, it was,
Poor Zuzu.
it's just, the story's just a bit
so
awkward.
Angry.
Okay.
Isn't this fun? Still standing, huh?
Don't scare
Better
me.
do something about that. Now you're making me angry.
I'm finding out who I really am.
What? You're still here? You sure are pretty high up here. Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
Oh,
You won't stop us, Azula.
okay, so that's Sokka, I'm
Now
guessing.
you're
needs
making
to do
me
something
angry.
here. That was not
So
obvious
glad
at all.
you come out to play.
Stop this madness, Azula.
All right, that's it. I'll stop you from ever getting in my way again. I've been looking forward to this matchup.
Oh, is that?
Hope I'm not making you dizzy. You're still here.
Don't you ever stay still, Ty Lee.
You've become quite the... All right, that's it.
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Azula.
Isn't this fun? Now you're making me angry. That's your sister, Zuko? My condolences. What did I ever do to you? Oh, I remember. What? You're still
Ignore Ty Lee
here?
and focus on Azula.
Such
can't let up now.
Come out to play. Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
Stop this madness, Azula!
What? Where does Ty Lee get all that energy?
The timing on this just seems terrible. Like, what?
Look behind you!
Go out like this!
Okay, Suki, I suppose, yeah, she can target stuff
Now
as
you're
well.
making me angry.
Surprised to see your brother here, Azula.
What way, though?
You've become quite the nuisance, you know that? Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Azula.
Yeah. Catch me if you can. Ow. All right, that's it.
I've been looking forward to this matchup.
Ouch.
Hey!
I bet even the three of you What? You're still here? Whoa.
You won't stop us, Azula. I promise.
Look behind you! Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
This is my true destiny, Azula.
Yeah. You've become quite the nuisance, you know that?
Where does Ty Lee get all that energy?
You're still
I
here.
need to try harder.
Isn't this fun?
I will say, I feel like I really I'm not really able to just, like,
Don't you ever
plan
say
out, like, how to actually make her vulnerable.
Better do something about that. You really want to spoil my plans, don't you? Ouch!
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Azula.
Now you're making me angry. So glad you could come out to play.
We sure are pretty high up here.
Okay, there we go.
Alright, that's it.
I can't keep underestimating the enemy.
Ouch!
Don't scare me, Azula.
What? You're still here?
Okay, so I get the thing under my feet
Stop this madness,
when she's about to hit me with lightning. And then I can...
Hey! Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
Timing is not great.
I've been looking forward to this matchup.
So glad you could come out to play. Alright, that's it.
Ignore Ty Lee and focus on Azula.
Now you're making me angry.
What's going on here?
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Azula.
Alright, that's it.
It's about time I had a crack at you two.
What? You're still here?
Don't you ever stay still, Ty Lee.
Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
I'm finding out who I...
What did I ever do to you?
Okay, I'm basically out of health here.
Now you're making me angry. Where does Ty Lee get all that energy? What? You're still here?
Oh no! That happened. Don't scare me, Azula.
The world is mine!
I roughly get what I need to do, but like the way she moves and her attack pattern just feels like somewhat random. And the timing window especially is just like, I feel like I have like no time to do.
You've become quite the nuisance, you know that?
Surprised to see your brother here, Azula.
All right, that's it.
Isn't this fun?
I'm finding out who I really am.
What? You're still here?
I've been looking forward to this matchup.
All right, that's it.
Catch me if you can.
I thought I got it that time, but
Ignore Ty Lee and focus on Azula.
What? You're still here? I'll stop you from ever getting in my way again.
You're deluded, Azula.
Still
Hope I'm not
standing,
making
huh?
you dizzy.
Better do something about that.
That's your sister, Zuko? My condolences.
Now you're making me angry.
okay,
You really
I'm now
want to spoil my
completely
plans,
like
don't you?
cutting the tripwires. Are they really tripwires? Can make her lose her balance.
You won't stop us, Azula.
All right,
Promise.
that's it.
Catch me if you can.
Stop this madness, Azula.
What? You're still here?
I need to turn this around.
Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
We sure are pretty high up here.
Hope I'm not making you dizzy.
I have to hold on.
What? You're still here?
Don't scare me, Azula.
I bet even the three of you together can't beat me. Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
Okay, I'm very confused now about like what I'm specifically meant to do. I feel like I randomly could attack her twice in the first time, but I don't actually know what. Like,
Catch me if you can.
Still standing, huh? Better do something
Don't
about
scare me,
that.
Azula.
What did I ever do to you? Oh, I remember. Now you're making me angry.
Stop this madness, Azula.
Still standing, huh? Better
Hope
do
I'm not
something
making
about
you
that.
dizzy.
It's about time I had a crack at you two.
I bet even the three of you together can't beat me. What? You're still here?
Touch me and focus on Azula.
I need to try harder.
Isn't this fun?
Now you're making me angry.
I'm finding out who I really am.
What did I ever do to you? What? You're still here?
Where does Ty Lee get all that energy?
Still standing, huh? Better do something
Don't
about
scare me,
that.
Azula. Hey,
I bet even the three of you together can't beat me. What? You're still here?
this is my true destiny, Azula.
Catch me if you can.
We sure are
All
pretty
right,
high up here.
That's it. You really want to spoil my plans, don't you?
Surprised to see your brother here, Azula.
Oh, is that it?
Still standing, huh? Better do something about that.
I'm not afraid of you anymore, Azula.
Now you're making me angry.
No.
Where does Ty Lee get all that energy?
Okay, it is.
All right, that's it.
It's just I felt like I was doing the three of them, and almost the game was doing it in a way where I do two, and then the other one would like fall off like
Now you're making me
automatically.
angry.
And again, the timing is just like this is meant to be like a game like for. Okay, look, it's easy now.
Destiny, Azula.
You're
I guess.
still here?
Isn't this fun?
But I think like
It's about time I had a crack at you two.
All right, that's it. You've become quite the nuisance, you know that? Still standing, huh? Better do something
because
about that.
the impression I was getting more from the targeting of them is like, oh, there's like electricity coming out. So am I meant to make like Azula hit her electricity into her lightning attack into
You're
it?
deluded, Azula.
What? You're still here? Now you're making me angry.
I've been
Can't let
looking
up now.
forward to this matchup.
No, it can't be.
Okay.
I tried to warn you, but did you listen?
Oh, are we getting it? I think we are.
Fine.
They have to do this scene. They have to do this scene.
Then it's time to leave.
Or wait, we actually getting down there? There's no way they're skipping this. Oh my god! Did they really do that? Oh You didn't need to animate that bit. You should have, to me, cut that bit and at least animate like Mei comes in, prevents the line from being cut, and you get the confrontation. That's kind of, to me, a borderline like unforgivable kind of omission from the plot there, because now like what? No Mei? Like we literally saw Mei for 4 seconds. Like, are we gonna see Mei again? Okay, now what are we doing?
After the daring rescue at the Boiling Rock was short-lived, as the
So the
Fire
raiders
Nation soon drove the Avatar and his friends from the Western Air Temple. Not long after, the Avatar
Okay,
and
we're
his
just
friends
skipping the
arrived
Katara
on
part,
Ember
okay.
Island, where they saw a quite
Past Ember Island,
sensational
yeah.
play.
Let's just
Yeah,
skip over
2
that
chapters for
part,
the finale.
shall we?
As you wish. Soon after the theatrical diversion, a worried Avatar left his friends without a word.
Part 1. Oh, cool. We're on a line turtle.
What?
Okay. Aang has firebending now. Okay, cool. Momo quest.
Hey!
Okay.
We'll get right to
Race.
it. Let's do this.
Okay, there we go. And now we have to go back down. Okay. Okay, 1 of 4 items. Okay. Oh yeah, the lack of Book 3 Katara's outfit just feels just weird. That like that's the one, like really specifically, it's that outfit that I think is the one that just feels the most like. Why did you cut that when you gave her the one? Oh yeah, map. So yeah, just meditation area up top. So I guess that's where we do the past lives scene. If we're actually doing anything with the past lives, you know, we're actually going to properly reference them. Okay, what are we doing here? Anything? Okay, where am I going now? No, it has to be the other one. What just happened? I can't control the character. I can open the menu. I guess I'm just gonna have to do this. And hope that hope that I don't come in the same situation there. Okay. Not sure really what happened there. Okay, then... I think I know. Wait. I think that's just me going around in a circle. Oh, wait. Okay. I'll come back to it. There's probably some other stuff I need to do. Okay, so I need to find these things to enter the challenge. Okay, 2 fragments. And then I'm guessing the other one is in here. Okay, so what's my problem here? See that. And this gets rid of that. Okay, so I'm really just moving this around in a square here. So, yeah, this at least gets this here. Okay, there we go.
We can get through. Yup.
Now for the bending challenge. So yeah, this is going to be the first one on this stream of these bending challenges. Yeah, we didn't get one in the last chapter.
Yeah.
I guess we did one like much earlier on in the chapter in the last stream. But yeah, this is probably one of the last one or two in the game. So let's see if it delivers here at the end. If there is actually some difficulty here. Okay, torches to altars to lower the walls, open a path forward. The avatar will have to bend all 4 elements. Okay, so just hang on its own. Earth, air, fire. Is that an order or what? And then this is water here. Okay. Okay, nothing there. Might just be decoration. And the same over here? Yes. Ah, I think I know what. Okay, so I'm guessing Earth is over here. That's what it was signifying, was it? So is this the Earth one? Yes, okay. Okay, so we need to bring the torch through here. Oh, a lot going on. We need to block off with Earth. So come here. Okay, okay. I think I know what to do. Okay. Okay. Let's see, what kind of personality would I like to see the next avatar after Korra? So, we've had the reluctant avatar, and then the avatar who always wanted to be the avatar. We've had the sort of forced to have this crazy destiny, wants the crazy destiny. Aang is relatively kind of peaceful, but has the kind of flaw of attachment. Korra is brash at times. So, I don't know, like maybe a bit more of a kind of thinker kind of an avatar. In a way, kind of like, I'd almost like to see them in animation do a Yang Chen sort of like maybe esque avatar who like knows what they're doing, and the conflict is maybe more about like just the you know, the things of the era, and especially because like we'd be going into a more technologically advanced stuff and all that sort of stuff. So this is from the trailer actually, if I remember correctly, like this quite big maze puzzle here. So this is actually one of the final puzzles. So again, we have to get over there, and obviously we only have Aang, so we just have to create a path, and we can do it here. Okay, that worked. Well, no, I just need, this is for this, okay. Okay, this definitely needs to be like that. That's it, actually. So that was air, I guess, and then this is fire over here. So what, is this just timing, like walk through it? Okay, yeah, this is just pure, I guess, timing. There's no like setup necessarily. Is this gonna just like send me absolutely flying straight downwards or what? Okay, no, that's okay.
Hey!
Then... Okay. I think, yeah, go here and then...
Ow!
Secret chest. Oh, missed a question. Do I want the next avatar to be a teenager or an adult? I'm guessing if this is the next avatar after Korra is going to be like the series, they'll keep it as a teenager. But I definitely would like us to get an adult avatar in like a movie or something, which I suppose we technically are. You know, like we're getting Aang as an adult, of course, in the first movie. But I hope we also, you know, just get more willingness to do that. Even in the novels, I think I'd like to see more of a willingness to just be like, you know, say like the Roku novel or something like that. If they're gonna do that. If you need to, just make him like 25, like just make him 30. Like, we don't need to just always and forever be like basically 16, 17, 18, 19, kind of 20. That's the only age range that we have. Because there's only there's only so many ways you can do the sort of like the kind of inexperience of youth as being kind of like your main kind of plot driver. There we go. That's basically the Escape from the Spirit World Yang Chen lesson, which kind of reworded slightly, but basically the same intent. So, very nice to see that. Would I like to see the next avatar learn the 4 elements, or should they already have established that? It depends on basically, do you have a kind of, in a way, unique and interesting reason to show us the character learning the elements, and then how long is this kind of showcase of the avatar learning the elements actually going to be? Because in most cases for avatars, it is just typically the case. They are all basically prodigies for all 4 elements. Even accounting for the whole idea of they typically have one that goes against maybe their home element or their personality, they in general learn bending very, very quickly. And so if you don't have a really unique dynamic, I don't often feel like you have to overly focus on the training part of things. So yeah, Aang's done. So, you know, like for a potential like avatar after Korra, are we in an era where we're maybe kind of talking about, is it actually maybe more difficult to learn bending in this era in the future because bending isn't as needed anymore? So there's not as many trainers. Maybe the avatar itself starts to maybe fall out of importance in the world, and in a way, how easy is it to get that training? You know, that's an interesting kind of idea of like almost the rediscovery in the future of like the older styles of bending. That could be an interesting approach, but the plot is probably going to be more about what the era going on in the era. So I'd be perfectly okay just going in with the Avatar having already mostly done their training. Okay, so we're doing the Old Masters bit here. So let's see, do they actually do this?
Hey!
Okay. We actually gonna show this? Comic panels, please? Please?
Seeking a non-violent resolution to the conflict, Aang spoke with the past avatars. As Katara, Sokka, and
I think we
Toph
skipped it.
searched for the missing Aang, Zuko went looking for his uncle Iroh, who'd escaped imprisonment. He found Iroh, along with other members of the Order of the White Lotus.
Wait, Iroh was in
at Ba
prison?
Sing Se. There, they steeled themselves for a climactic battle with the invading Fire Nation army.
Well, at least we're getting to do this, which is kind of interesting. But is this just action? Okay, so there we go. Order of the White Lotus, Iroh outfit. Order of the White Lotus, Boomy. First time getting to play as Boomy, which is pretty exciting.
On your guard.
Special ability. Trap the closest enemies in Genomite. Okay, just start the battle while I'm in the tutorial menu. Rock launch cooldown, okay. Rock trap cooldown. Genomite trap.
That's what you get for picking a fight, you know. This if I were you.
This should wake me up.
Okay, so Boomy's animations are actually kind of cool.
You learned something.
Yeah, the kind of classic kind of rock kick combo. I like the power attack there, the thing along the ground. What else we
You don't
got here?
expect me to back down, do you? Look at you, picking a fight.
Okay, standard earth wall, that's the same as all the earthbenders.
That's what you get for picking a fight, you know.
Okay. Genomite trap could have had a maybe slightly more interesting animation.
You learned something.
What gender do I think the next avatar should be? Should the next restore the past avatars? I don't mind too much really. Like at the moment, just because you know the last animation was about Korra, and then the two novel series so far have been Kyoshi and Yang Chen. It'd be nice to kind of go back to a boy, but I don't really mind too much. And then past lives, I'm cool if they don't do it. It probably makes the next avatar to me more interesting that they also don't have it. They only have Korra. And then you can focus on past lives in like other stuff. because that's ultimately the thing. It's like once Avatar Studios across all the different stories that they tell cover past avatars somewhere.
Okay.
I don't mind that they very specifically don't have them in the next Avatar after Korra show or whatever. Okay, so we'll do this. I appreciate going for the Genomite kind of thing with him, but I almost wish they had just gone for more like fancier kind of animations just to get across how much of a master he is, rather than just the Genomite kind of gimmick. Where's Zhong and Pian Dao? They don't exist in the story apparently. We skipped over the deserter back in book 1, and we skipped over Pian Dao in book 3. Oh wow, this place it's on fire. So yeah, this is the same environment as before, isn't it? Yeah, because we've been in Boston State before.
I am Iroh, General of the Fire Nation.
No.
Iroh's Breath of Fire is incredibly overpowered in this game.
We can get through the door now. You face the Dragon of the West.
Aha! I have some teachings to show you.
Their defeat was inevitable.
Spin to win. That was one Iroh attack.
Haha! The door's finally open. I wouldn't do this if I were you. My cabbages!
I get it, it's a reuse of an area, but you have to change the dialogue given the circumstances. And then Aang, why is it Aang all of a sudden? The expectation in the game that oh, when you're playing as Iroh and Bumi, surely you're never going to go up and talk to the NPCs. There's just a little bit
You don't expect me to back down, do you?
Hey! Ouch!
That's what you get for picking a fight, you know.
Okay, now that they've upgraded Bumi more and he can literally just special trap enemies and do that, Bumi seems pretty powerful actually.
Oh, this should be fun.
And there's a cool factor to this, just getting to play as Bumi during this time. But this is mostly combat. It's just fighting. So I'd prefer to have more of the story and the character come across. Okay, other side. Okay, wait. This one moves the two on the side. Okay. Okay, no, this isn't quite gonna work. These are those puzzles where I'm just kind of like, I'm sure if I just hit it in the randomly, it'll eventually form into position. Okay. Wait. So this does that. This does that. And then this changes those ones. Okay, I think I can get it, can't I? I think I'm close. No, not that. Okay, and then... So, okay, I think I have 3 of them kind of good. Then it's just... that was fine. It's this one. Oh, wait. Okay, so this one does the bottom 2. This is... okay, and then... I think I just need to get the diagonals, like, lined up so they're in roughly the same kind of orientation, and then I can use these 2 to get it where I need it. So... what do I need to do? Oh! Is that it? And then... is it this one? No, I'm offset by 1 now. This is frustrating. Ah, and then wait, is this it? Finally. There we go.
You don't expect me to back down, do you? That's what you get for picking a fight, you know.
Attack!
I could use a challenge. We can go through the door now.
Do we know how many members are in the Red Lotus? No, because there's so many like random unnamed members that are actually like part of the organization. In the same way, we don't know how many members are in the Order of the White Lotus either. Okay, let's go this way.
I have some new jeans to show you. That's what you get for picking up fights, you know. Time to take a deep breath and concentrate. Ow! Careful. It wouldn't do to be defeated.
Your defeat was inevitable.
Attack!
I am Iroh, General of the Fire Nation. This should wake me up. I've underestimated the enemy.
That's what you get for picking a fight, you know.
Okay. Cutscene. Okay. That was decent, but like the amount we've skipped over. Is the Red Lotus officially defeated, or is Zahir's gang just the beginning? Basically, it's just the idea, like, as far as we're aware, the entire organization isn't just completely gone now. But I assume most of the main members are gone. But if it's the way it's kind of presented is that there's people out there all over the place that are Red Lotus. It's maybe not super widespread, but it's still active. You know, they can bring it back when they need to. It's basically the same as the Equalists, where like effectively in terms of like the main content, they're effectively defeated, but in terms of like RPG material, if you bring in the Korra video game, they have a new leader, Yoshiro, the Iron Dragon, and they seem to be setting up like a little bit of a resurgence for them because they now have another kind of decent leader, and they can do roughly the same as with the Red Lotus. Rock press. And I guess this brings us on to the final.
And so
yeah, this is the final one.
The
Okay.
White Lotus liberated
It's a nice line
the
turn.
Avatar would still have to face and defeat Fire Lord Ozai for the war to be truly won, and for balance to be restored to the world.
Outfit though, they're getting the outfits wrong towards the end
needed
here.
for the Avatar to accomplish this, but this was no guarantee that he would prevail.
Love the art, but it's just some of the details are off. And I'd love to know, like, is it just that they've quote unquote made a mistake, or are they just trying to justify the models that they're using in the actual gameplay by having those match this, even if they're inaccurate to the actual show?
I could use a little exercise.
'Cause 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 'cause
Say your prayers.
That'll teach you to go up against me. Solar Drive is the greatest. You asked for it. It's too late for you now.
Hey, attack!
That'll teach you to go up against me. Solar Drive is the greatest. That shouldn't have started this. It's too late for you now.
There.
Like you ever had the chance. Solar Drive is the greatest earthbender in the world. Like you ever had the chance.
Got me. Hey!
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Better not make me break a sweat.
That'll teach you to go up against me. Solar Drive is the greatest earthbender in the world. Like you ever had the chance. We shouldn't have started this. We won. Of course we did.
Yeah, the line turtle stuff, yeah. It's one of those details that's like... It's from like the old Nickelodeon website, kind of lost lore thing. I wonder how it really is considered in sort of more modern day lore, especially like post beginnings. Is it just the legend of what people assumed happened to the line turtles, or is that actually like a part of history where humans actually hunted down line turtles? Because otherwise the implication is that they, you know, quote unquote, left the world, or as their era came to an end and the era of the Avatar started. So how were they actually found by humans? Because if Nyla, like a Shearshu, can't track someone on a line turtle because they basically mask sense, so they basically have like evasion kind of capabilities, basically. There's like a logistics problem, I feel like, with actually like how did this actually happen. Okay, Sokka. Okay, Suki. Okay, so what are we doing next? Okay, we're doing the Airship team. Any news about Four Beasts? Beasts of the Four Nations, that book. Yeah, there has not been an update on that book since we heard that it was effectively cancelled, awaiting re-announcement. That's basically the situation that it's in at this point, where it was up for pre-order on a lot of sites. It's been like completely taken down. It's been really long at this point, so I don't know what the situation is. Obviously, there is a chance for them to mention at New York Comic Con, but the same could be true for basically San Diego Comic Con last year, New York Comic Con last year, San Diego Comic Con this year, and we hope again this year. I really, really hope, because they always tend to have a Q&A section at New York Comic Con. I really hope someone asks at the end, if they don't mention it at the panel, someone actually asks that question. Because I think that would be a much more interesting question than a lot of the ones that actually end up getting asked at these type of panels. Because like I have the other deluxe books, and it's missing one book from that collection, and it's that. So I kind of need that book.
We better get on this.
what we gotta do.
All right.
Okay, cut the cable, so I'm guessing... Yeah, it probably has to be Sokka or Suki, I guess. Okay. Oh, so that's interesting. They've actually given Suki her book 3 outfit, basically. So I think they have really, really done Katara a disservice here by not giving her book 3 outfit. Now we'll see. There's still an opportunity. There's still the fight with Azula at the end, and that's going to be the real telling point. My assumption is probably like they won't do it, but I wasn't expecting this Suki outfit, so let's hope.
What?
You asked for it!
Got me.
Like you ever had the chance. That'll teach you to go up against
Say
me.
your prayers.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Lauren's going to New York Comic Con. Maybe you can ask that. Like, it just... I feel it's at the point now where it just is such a big thing where it's like, I need them to be confronted with the existence of that book. I assume Cara O'Neill will be the moderator of the panel from Dark Horse. I need Cara O'Neill to address that, what's going on with the book.
Thinking.
I guess we'd better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice, the metal bending with Toph. That ability is just so funny. Yeah, the novels is definitely an interesting one because we don't know who's going to be at the panel. I assume it will be SCE again, but they might have one of the actual like Abrams books like reps there, because obviously the typically at these panels, we basically don't really get Abrams books news. Like they never make a big deal about the book announcements. They're always through listings for some reason. Okay, solve the puzzles to reach the switch. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, so we have to shoot this. What does this do? Okay, so these are fixed. So yeah, either way, the one that needs to go down here is this one. Oh, These are removable. So... Need a waterbender to get through there. Yeah, we don't know anything about the next Chronicles of the Avatar novel. Yeah, other than I think we roughly... it feels like all but confirmed that he won't be the author on the next one, but...
break a sweat.
Again, I suppose if anything comes out of the panel, I kind of like that if he was to just officially kind of just directly say that that was his last one for now or whatever.
That'll teach you to go up against me. If you ever had the chance, get the bill.
All right.
Oh. I was too close to this. Okay, so this actually does something. Oh, okay, there we go. Jeez. I do think that that's a bit weird, that like you can literally stand right next to it and it doesn't actually trigger it. You actually have to step back a bit for it to actually like register. Because I was thinking for a second there, honestly, that like, this wheel, like it just shoots a rock out. Like this really, like reflecting back on it, like what was I thinking? But like, it's just because the thing was just a bit like, Okay, so now, okay, different puzzle, different game. Okay, so we have to get this one pointing down. Okay, so down, and then we need to go... yeah, actually we just need this. And this.
Door's open now. Let's go.
There we go.
It's open. Let's go.
And that is definitely one thing I've noticed with this game. It's just the little bits of like kind of roughness around the edges of this game, about little things like that, where like I clearly pressed attack right next to the wheel, but it didn't register, and then I think it is in a way like either it's broken or it's not active yet, when the actual problem is just that I needed to take a step back because the game's registration of a hit on the wheel is different. And there's a few things like that kind of like throughout the game. Let's see, just tuning in. Let me guess the game sucks. I don't think it's like bad. I would never give in my review, for instance, when I get around to it next week. I am not going to say that this game is bad. I think I'm very much going to frame it as I think the game is like fine. It's an acceptable game. But in the video game space these days, a game only being at that level is viewed as being bad, when it's just a sort of it's that sort of understanding that like a game being sort of like 5 or 6 out of 10, which is basically I think where this game is, still has some good elements to it, even if it is like rough around the edges and lacking in ambition, scope. Like there's fun to be had, especially if you're an Avatar fan and just want to play a game. If you do have the highest of high expectations, yes, you are probably going to be frustrated by what happens here. Okay, so what's this? Oh, that's interesting. So we have to time the... So if we go quickly across here, then we can go kind of slowly across there. Okay, wait, so what are we actually doing here? Wait. Okay, so here's everything moving slowly. I think there are interesting. Some of the puzzles are actually kind of interesting. Some of the specifically crafted like puzzle segments, I think, are kind of good. I want to hear your opinion on 4 Seasons. I'm not sure what you mean by 4 Seasons. Okay, so with this first one, there's only one open spot. Yeah. Then okay, I think I get the idea. Yeah. They all rotate at different speeds, so you can eventually get a path to form. Okay, and then just so I don't ruin what I've already done. Let's see. Oh, Avatar fan-made game. I haven't really looked into it. I don't tend to focus a lot on a lot of kind of fan kind of projects like that, but that's just kind of my thing. I focus on the kind of more official news, but I think I've been told a little bit about it, but I haven't really looked into it.
No!
Okay, and then what's this? Okay, so this is just controlling the end one. Okay. So yeah, I can make my path here. This is fine. Just about, maybe. There we go. It's one of those ones where, like, in the same way that, like, I've not looked into, like, that fan comic or whatever it was, Legend of Genji, either. I know it exists, but I haven't looked into it because it's not an official thing, so I don't kind of really cover it. And that, like, yeah, I'm more interested in the official Avatar games than a fan-made one.
Yippee!
Works for me.
Okay, we're really giving this focus, so I'm assuming they're gonna give. I'm assuming they're giving full attention to like all of the different segments of the fight. So we'll do this. We'll get Azula. Sorry, yeah, Azula, Zuko, Katara, and Aang Ozai. But yeah, we are, I guess, right at the end here. Because, yeah, I guess this is kind of really the only one they can maybe make a proper level about. Because Zuko, the Agni Kai stuff is just a boss fight, really. And the same with Aang Ozai, like, you kind of have to do it as a boss fight. There's not much of a level you can make.
I'm gonna enjoy this. You asked for it. Told you I was the greatest earthbender in the world. It's too late for you now. Feels like that's the last of them.
Okay, we got 10 here. What am I focusing on? Okay, another Kyoshi warrior to that attack. Do you think a second single will be released for the Book 1 soundtrack? At this stage, I think it's just going to release, what is it, November, is it 16th or 17th? The soundtrack is out.
All right.
I think the whole thing is just coming down. I think we probably would have heard if they had a plan to do more kind of individual releases. I think the bigger question is like, when is the vinyl actually going to go up for pre-order? Because at this point it's kind of like, is it actually coming out on the same day? Because it kind of feels like we need to get that anytime now.
Listen up.
Yeah, look, it's just one of those things. Like, it's a fan-made game. I can appreciate if they put I put tons of time into it, but it's just not really kind of where my focus is. Kind of as a fan, is kind of looking super heavily into a lot of those fan projects. Again, I'm not trying to say this is a better game than the one you're talking about, but it's that's just kind of where I'm at. Okay, now Sokka's in. Okay, so Sokka's in this outfit. Oh, okay, we can just go higher. Okay. And there is a path to the top. Okay. Yeah, they put a timer on this sequence for some reason.
Stop that! Excuse
Why
me.
did I do that? Okay, destroy the propellers. It'll be easier to steer.
Wow.
What do you think? Okay.
Ha ha ha.
Okay, what's going on here? This is quite a complicated setup here. Okay, 4 propellers. Ooh.
Focus, Sokka. Focus.
Okay.
Stop that! All right. Hey. You're in trouble now.
Like you ever had the chance. That'll teach you to go up against me.
Got me. Ouch. Hey.
Like you ever had the chance.
Look at us.
Got me.
Okay, so
Here goes nothing.
is that it done here? No? Okay. More. Okay, battle challenge. Okay. I feel they're really extending out the gameplay segment here, which makes me think that once we're through this, it really is just boss battles for the end. It makes sense, but...
As the battle raged, Sokka, Suki, and Toph did their part to sabotage the Fire Nation airship.
Oh yeah, so
Meanwhile,
red
Zuko
icon
and
is boss
Katara
battles
went
typically,
to
so yeah,
confront
we're just doing some
Azula,
fights here.
who they found had become unhinged. To settle their conflict once and for all, Zuko invoked an Agni Kai, and Azula agreed.
Sorry.
No
but
book
you're
3
not gonna become
Katara.
Fire Lord today.
And this was basically the last
You're
opportunity.
hilarious. But fine, let's settle this. Just you and me, brother.
They have gone for the kind of slightly different Azula look here for the final Agni Kai here, so I appreciate that detail, but it's like, why this like weird? It almost feels like the game is being stubborn at this point of like, just do the book 3 Katara design.
The showdown that was always meant to be. Agni Kai.
I'm more powerful than you. Because I'm at peace.
What? Hey! What?
You're crazy, Azula.
This is the last time you'll cross me.
You're good. But I've gotten better.
Hey! Now you're making me angry.
You have really lost it, Azula.
Ooh, what's going on here?
I have to beat you this time. I have to. Hey! What? Hey! What?
You'll never be Fire Lord Azula.
You again! You can't stop me this time!
This is it. You're going down, Azula.
I have to win. I lived my whole life to get here! Hey! Alright, that's
We're gonna stop you right here, right now.
I will become the Fire Lord! I will!
Hey! You're crazy, Azula.
You again! You can't stop me this time!
You'll never be Fire Lord Azula.
There, finally.
Have to beat you this time. I have to. You again! You can't stop me this time!
We're gonna stop you right here, right now.
This is the last time you'll cross me.
You can't beat both of us, Azula.
What? Hey! No! It can't be!
There we go.
We did it. And despite all she's done, I feel sorry for Azula.
There we go. Would have liked to have seen an animated version of the actual finish of that
Zuko and
fight.
Katara defeated Azula. It was now all up to Aang, who had to confront Fire Lord Ozai, stop him, and end the war.
Now, how are they doing this fight? Because like a lot of the fights have been ultimately very similar. I feel like they have to go all out here and borderline have this be a different style thing, because we've not been able to control the Avatar state at any point in the game so far, so I'm guessing we have new combos for this fight and stuff like that, but what are we doing here? Okay, platforming in the fight. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Now, the universe delivers you to me as an act of providence.
We don't have to fight. You have the power to stop what you're doing.
You are right. I do have the power. I have all the power in the world!
He's really going for it here. Let's see how this goes. Fire Lord Ozai. Control? No, okay. Okay.
Hey, you can't save the world.
Okay, not impressed so far at all. I'm purposely not moving.
I will stop you.
I guess that's the one fear. If
I will break the cycle of the avatars.
I refuse to kill you.
I assume there's definitely a second stage to this. That's the only other thing.
There's always another way.
Saved by the ledge. Oh.
No.
Okay.
What do you think you're doing?
It ends here, once and for all. Hey.
Okay, phase 1. Okay, avatar stage. We're doing 2, 3 stages. Okay, he's flying. Okay, I'm guessing this is the second stage.
No.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
It ends here, once and for all.
What do you think you're doing? You can't save the world.
I will stop you.
You have failed, Avatar.
That was very easy. Okay. Now avatar stage? Okay, no. This and then avatar stage. Looks... these look like some rocks that Aang could be slammed into.
I will stop
Oh,
you.
what's this?
The world is mine.
Okay, we're doing the lightning redirection scene.
I refuse to kill you.
Wait. Don't quite
There's
understand the
always another
timing for
way.
this yet. Okay, so what? Interact, deflect.
It ends here, once and for all.
I will
This is
break
getting out of
the
control.
cycle of the avatars.
I will stop you.
Again, it's just this game not making it super.
Ow. I refuse to kill you.
Wait. Interact.
Hey. Ow.
Wait. Okay, that hint is pretty terrible. Interact.
I have to be careful. Ow. Hey. I will stop you.
Please tell me I don't have to do all the stages
The
again.
world is mine!
Okay, okay, fine, okay. So...
The world is mine!
Interact.
I refuse to kill you! Hey!
You won't escape me, Avatar!
Oh, there we go. I held it down.
You'll never
There's always another way!
Still don't feel like I particularly have it down.
You have failed, Avatar.
I think the timing window is just very specific.
This is getting out of control.
You won't escape me, Avatar.
It ends here, once and for all.
I will break the cycle of the Avatar.
I will stop you.
Aha! I will turn your hopes into ash.
And just so it's clear, I can't attack him because you can clearly see he has he's basically invincible,
I have to
except
be
when I actually redirect. So I have to do this minigame to actually.
I will stop you.
Oh, there we go.
Stay still already.
And then you can see he activates his invincibility shield again.
You have failed, Avatar.
I refuse to kill you.
You won't escape me, Avatar.
Ow. It ends here, once and for all.
No, you can't.
There we go.
My power. You can't.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the Avatar state scene coming up here. Completely random wall. Here we go. Now, let's see what we can do here. Is it just slightly better attacks? What are we doing? Okay, what can I do here? Okay, so I can't jump anymore. So I just have... Okay, what? Yeah, I think I just have the same attacks on heavy and light, pretty much. As you can see, I don't have a health bar, so like I'm basically invincible. Okay, so okay, I have other attack.
You can't!
Did we get the voice? No. Or
No,
look at
I'm
this
not
scene.
going to end it like this.
Even with all the power in the world, you are still weak.
Nice. And okay, how did they do energy bending? We go in full light show?
In the era before the Avatar, we bent not the elements, but the energy within ourselves.
They didn't do that kind of line turtle sound effect. But they're going for the light show
And
here.
another's energy, your own spirit must be unbendable, or you will be corrupted and destroyed.
That was so less epic without the music from the show. And then there's the
What?
standard, like,
What did you do to me?
music.
I took away your firebending. You can't use it to hurt or threaten anyone else ever again.
Momo. So, there we go. We can play Chapter 18 on free mode. We now have Spirit Trials 13 to 18. Now, epilogue. Do we get epilogue? Like, do they do the kiss? Did they do the Catan kiss? Or are we just skipping that? Like, May hasn't been in the show, so like, are they gonna do that?
Soon after, Zuko became the Fire Lord, ending 100 years of war. And Aang had truly become the Avatar. Balance was restored.
That won't do it all. Even as happy endings go, that was a bit predictable.
But that is how these events came to a close.
Perhaps, but that's not how my play will end. I need to send the audience out the door chattering madly, wildly conjecturing, imagining.
Peace is what many in your audience have only imagined their entire lives. Now they have it. Is that not enough?
That's my point. They already have that. But I must give them something new, fresh, a cliffhanger, a twist, twist upon twist.
Like?
For example, Appa and Momo will speak, if only to each other. Audience love talking animals. And Aang, he's taken the Fire Lord's power, but perhaps, just perhaps, he also inherits the Fire Lord's long, lustrous hair. For all the power of the Avatar, he just can't do anything with his hair. Oh! And as for the new Fire Lord, with all due respect to your nephew, the real eye-opener would be to make Katara the new Fire Lord. Oh, that'd get the crowd, and a few critics I know, really talking. Why, I can see it now. The Ba Sing Se players would be acclaimed throughout the land.
But were you not striving for more historical accuracy?
Oh, you dear man. How about I leave you to making your delicious tea, and you let me handle the theater? Now, I really must dash off. I have what you might call a little bit of drama bending to do. Thank you so much for regaling me with your thrilling tales. Fear not, gentlemen. I will do you and the Avatar proud. Ta-ta!
I somehow doubt that production will do anyone proud.
On the positive side, I believe she has revealed to me an 86th Jing.
I'd rather drink poisonous tea from the white jade bush than go through that again.
The tea's gone cold.
Allow me to make a fresh pot.
Okay, nice final scene there, but the outfits are wrong. Why is he back in his book one outfit? Like, I don't understand. Okay, let's actually look at the credits here, like, to see how many people were involved in actually making this game. Okay, so management, marketing. The head of marketing, what did he do on this project? Director of release management, okay. Life critic? Director of sanity? Oh, another marketing. What? 3, 4? They had 5 people on marketing for this game, apparently. Okay, here's the actual development team. Lead artist, Ivan Olarte. Does that mean that person did the good stuff in the game, the kind of animated cutscenes? Technical artist, 3D animator artist. Because I'd say that the 3D cutscenes in the game were good. The kind of comic style cutscenes with the kind of art panels, I thought were good. But obviously, like they went for a rather basic style, I would say, for the overall game. Okay, cutscenes thanks to Sneaky Box. But is that the actual like 3D kind of CG ones that look kind of nice with the kind of cell shading? I assume that's what it is. Or is it both? Okay, 2D art. Here we go. So the lead artist was Marija Velakite? 3D art. I'm interested if there is any like actual like Avatar Studios kind of credits on this to see what it actually says, maybe towards the end. Yeah, I'd say the voice acting was a bit of a mix. I think I'd say about like half of them I felt like did a pretty good job, where it was like acceptable given that they had to do replacements and stuff like that. Some of them it definitely stood out that like this is notably different than the original, and it's kind of hard to see past it. I think Toph's voice actor was pretty good a lot of the time. Did Avatar Studios work in this game? I'm more referring to sort of like the approvals. Is the frame rate due to the Switch or the stream? As far as I'm aware, the game, I think, from people who've done more technical stuff, even on Switch, it does run below 30. It goes. I think so, I heard someone say it's like it drops into the like 24s. It can be 30 a lot of the time. There's the voice actors. Let's see. D. Bradley Baker. Direct Michelle Wong. JC. Yeah, the new character, she was actually probably the best because they could do their own original dialogue for her and like make a new character basically overall. The stream is probably slightly lower quality because I have it set where like it should be super stable, the stream, but I'm not sure if I'm putting through like the as much quality as I perhaps should. Okay, here we go. Nickelodeon. Emerging Media, Vice President, Senior Director of Games Development, Director of Games Production, Business Strategy, Editorial, VP Growth and Marketing, VP, and then special thanks Avatar Studios, Amanda Muller, we know that name, so I think that was just to highlight that like it goes through Avatar Studios like approvals, but that doesn't mean that like artists necessarily at Avatar Studios did much work on the game. This is sort of just like, hey, your Aang model is off on this technical detail because of this, you know, those type of details, and this is just starting again. Okay, so story mode is cleared. Now we have access to free mode. All the spirit trials are open. So let's take a look at these. So up to 12. 13 is survive hazards for 60 seconds. Fight waterbenders, a single hit will defeat you. That could be tricky. Defeat all enemy waves, but you can't jump. That should be relatively fine. Ostrich horse race. No checkpoints, get 90 coins. Should be doable. 30 ceramic vases before the time runs out. Survive Heibai for 60 seconds for a scroll. That seems very doable. To unlock this trial, you need to complete 12 spirit trials. So is there something special about that one? So, how many do I have? I have 11 of the first 12 done. So I'll just do one and see what this fancy 19th one is. Just to see if anything happens. I don't obviously see anywhere in the game where there are like quote-unquote unlockables. So I think it is just a kind of do this for the sake of... Oh,
I am the Avatar.
Okay, me reading chat. I should have been paying attention. Okay.
We can do this. I warned you.
Okay, I completely misjudged that jump. But I totally finished the game. Whoa, camera. Hey look, it's Fall Guys, basically. This is a very long minute. But at least I found a safe spot. Oh, okay, I unlocked 19 to 24. Okay. Okay, is there anything interesting? Fight the Ty Lee, a single hit will kill you. That sounds frustrating. So I have the Tundra tank for 60 seconds, okay. Protect the Momo statue for the Ty Lee. Okay. Defeat all enemy waves with Iroh. Appa Race 1. Fight Azula, Zuko, and Ty Lee. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Like, they add Ty Lee to that boss fight, but seems kind of meh. I was hoping that these spirit trials would be proper extra puzzles, but that all sounds like the stuff that I would consider to be the kind of weaker parts of the game. The kind of like action combat stuff, whereas like the puzzle solving was actually, I think, the best gameplay stuff in the game. And I think if those were just better fleshed out puzzles, it could have been interesting. And then yeah, I'll have to go through. Will I even bother? Actually, I'm gonna try potentially because I'm relatively close. Like, because even though it says 20% there, I only have to do 2 quests and get 1 collectible, and I'm at 100%. So, a lot of these won't be overly frustrating. But like I said at the start of the stream, I'm having some weird problems. Like, I might as well show this again. Which one is it actually here? Yeah, the bug in Lake Laogai free play. This just feels like I'm stuck. You saw that 83%. I still need to get the collectible. But basically, in free play mode on this level, I am just completely stuck in one specific area of this level. So yeah, I did the boss fight by just doing this, and when I did it, it put me back here, which is cool and all. You know, I'm right next to the save point. I can change characters. Nothing really else. Nothing else going on in this room. Go down in here. The only place I can go. There's a fight here. Let me just quickly do this.
You gave me no choice. I warned you. I am the Avatar. You gave me no choice.
This should be fun.
Okay, so that's done. Now I'm in this area where, again, there's nowhere I can really go except out the front here, but I'm locked in. So I'm pretty sure that my progress is just completely like stalled in this particular section. So like the only other thing I could do is like delete my save data, but then I'd have to like finish the entire game again to get back to this point and hope the bug doesn't happen. So I'm pretty sure I'm not missing anything. There's nothing else going on here. This should be open because the way the level works is that you go through here in the first time, so I'm going backwards through the level. So So some part of their sequencing or whatever like that broke here. And so like even if I just like exit, I just go back to the main menu, but then when I go back into the thing, nothing happens. I've tried Seismic Sense, and yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything going on, so not sure what the situation is there. But I'm also not sure if, like, do I get anything for 100% completing the game? Because, like, those collectibles, it's literally just like an item in your menu. Like, there's no significance to, like, the extra collectibles and stuff like that. Same with the Spirit Trials. It's pretty much just to upgrade your other characters and stuff like that. Nothing going on in settings. Help obviously very much suggests that these are the only characters that you have access to in the game. There doesn't seem to be a secret character unless someone knows something else. And honestly, like, another character is probably the only thing I'd really be really wanting to kind of go back through the game again to 100% complete it to maybe unlock. Yeah. How would I rate the game? I'm gonna put out like a video review, and I'm gonna try and be somewhat detailed with it. But in general, I would say right now I'm at probably right now I'm thinking that in the review I'm probably gonna give the game like a 5.5. With the idea being that I had a certain amount of enjoyment going through it, so I don't think the game is like an outright like disaster failure. Because if it was, I wouldn't have done like streams for multiple hours and stuff like that to actually go through the game. There are bits and pieces that I think are interesting, bits and pieces that I think are very frustrating, but then there's also the sort of expectations for the game, in that I don't think anyone could or should have had like high expectations for this game. So in many ways it's roughly in or around what I expected, which was a game in or around the probably like 6 out of 10 mark, and it's like maybe like it's slightly below even kind of what like I kind of expected. So I think that's kind of where I stand on it right now. That like I do think like if you really want this game, it requires you to be like, I really, really, really want to play an Avatar video game. And that's like the main kind of focus of what you want. Like you almost don't care about the quality of the game, it's just I want to play the new Avatar video game. That's the focus. But yeah, that's basically it. So like I said, at some point next week I'll put out that review and we discuss all the kind of bits and pieces from it. Real quickly, I suppose probably one of the main talking points from it probably has to be just the selection of episodes. Like, there are 61 episodes of Avatar. There are only 18 chapters in the game. So you can see what they did of like, okay, basically the first 2 episodes there, they go to episode 4, okay. Episode 7 makes sense. Episode 8 makes sense. Then they skipped to episode 13. And then they skipped to episode 20. And then they skip into episode 3 of season 2. Then they skip to Blind Bandit is 6, I believe, from book 2. The Drill is episode 13 from book 2. So like there's a massive skip there. Even the start kind of in between episodes here is like you're skipping quite a bit in the early stuff. You're skipping into like Laogai then. You do the immediate next episode, which I think that's a bit of a weird episode choice to do. You skip onto Crossroad to Destiny, and then here's this is probably the most significant one. They go 220 to 307. The entirety of book 3 at the start cut out. And the worst thing is that there are those cutscenes to kind of fill in the gaps. there's basically nothing between book 2 and 3. That was probably like the biggest shock of the game, to go that far into the book and just not explain anything. That's a pretty huge one. And then again, like, you go from what, 7 to like basically 10 and 11 here, and then the rest of it I think goes probably the way you would expect. Yeah, like you go 12, 14/15, Southern Comet Part 1 and 2, so you sum up the finale in 2 episodes. Like, it's tricky. Now, in the chat there, live action series is probably going to be the same. Again, this is an interesting one. They're not skipping all of this stuff in the same way that they skipped stuff here. Yes, this is the core of book 1, is like your opening stuff in the Southern Water Tribe. Then you have your kind of mid-season kind of plot focus in the Spirit World kind of 2-parter. And then you basically go to... Blue Spirit is typically the action highlight kind of after that point. And then into the Northern Water Tribe stuff. The problem is, this game did the thing that people will hate, which is leaving out any character that is not like hyper specific to the like main plot. Whereas the live action has actors for the majority of those cast members. But we just don't know what way they're going to blend it all together. In the sense that there are going to be 8 episodes, each an hour long. So you can assume that, like, say 101, 102, 103 will be maybe the first episode of live action. But then, what do they do after that? There's probably going to be a big Kyoshi focused episode, but did they do Kyoshi and like Omashu together? Did they tie Jet in with Kyoshi Warriors? The Spirit World stuff feels like, you know, yeah, that's exactly the way you do it. You do Blue Spirit, but then what about like Jet? Because you have to have Jet, because he's going to have to play somewhat like I think you're gonna have to do that arc, which they ignored in the game, but I don't think people will be okay with you skipping in the live action. There's stuff that like you can skip over, like episode 14, the episode after the Blue Spirit. You can sum that up real quickly. You don't need to spend half of an episode of the live action on the fortune teller. People will be happy if you just showed Katara just quickly passing by a fortune teller, you know, getting involved in it. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. The core is just to get the spirit of the show correct, which is what I think the One Piece Netflix show did so well, was that it understood the project. It understood the like what they were there to do, which was to present One Piece as it is without morphing it too much for people who, you know, want to view it in live action, but it's still fundamentally representative of the other forms of the media. And you kind of wanted to do that kind of here as well. And to do that, you have to include some of that stuff. So that's the kind of important thing. But yeah, I'll just quickly go in here, assign some skill points. I suppose I haven't really looked at a lot of the inventory stuff. I'll show you guys some of that stuff because it's mildly interesting. And then we can kind of wrap up the stream in just a few minutes. So I guess if anyone has any like final questions you want me to discuss before the end of the stream, now is the time. So here's Agni Kai, of course. And just to note, probably one of the few notable details in terms of like, oh, the game is referencing some interesting lore, is like the name of the Northern Water Tribe capital is Agni Kai. Fantastic. The name of the bridge there being Umi Bridge. Great. And then Kana Square. Interesting. We don't know what exactly the reference is to, but like cool that they included it there. But yeah, what am I doing here? Scrolls, skill, yeah, skills is what I'm trying to do. So Aang is complete, Iroh is complete, Suki isn't. And then yeah, inventory. So a lot of the consumables, like I basically, apart from certain healing items at times, basically never really used these over the course of the game. The fact that they have like attack up items for like 45 seconds, I think it's just like weird almost in the game. So there's that. Oh, wrong. Yeah, I'm going here. There are quest items. Most of the times these aren't super interesting, but like they do each have a piece of flavor text on them. Genomite, okay. Top's room key, drill blueprint, mechanist blueprint. Like the only real thing with the mechanist in the game. Cabbage, platypus bear egg, and then yeah, these are the items that are on that you need to 100% complete each area. Some of them, you know, they reference stuff. You know, war fans were used by Avatar Kyoshi. She found they enhanced her bending abilities. Great. Peaceful Spirit Heibai. The wooden monkey is one of the Avatar relics, of course. The Lost Crown. Is it the crown of Taku? Who knows? Water Tribe necklace, golden pentapus. So this is an interesting thing that, like, if you consider this game canon, if you really take most of these details as being interesting, just the idea that there is actually a very rare variety of pentapus that's gold instead of kind of pinky purple. Just a little interesting detail. This is quite interesting. The clay turtle Avatar relic, and then it's like it represents the Ancient one of the world's oldest creatures, and obviously the Ancient One, based on what Rava calls the line turtles, is obviously referring to the line turtle. So interesting stuff. Map marker, Bosco's hat, the meteorite bracelet, of course, and then they're only the ones that I've collected. But you know, that's kind of cool, but the game certainly didn't lean into this too much, to where there's like tons of really interesting stuff on the maps and so on. Certain names for like random characters are kind of cool, but like relatively unimportant. Let's see, am I more interested in learning about Earth Kingdom or Water Tribe history? I've said it for a while now, but I think I really want to know the story of how the South separated from the North. When that happened, you know, how long ago, what was the Avatar of that era doing during this kind of crisis time for the Water Tribe? That to me is one of the most kind of significant, like, lore kind of pieces of information. There's still Earth Kingdom stuff I want to know about. Like, I'd love a story set in the past far enough that, like, Ba Sing Se is an underground town, city, and doesn't have any of the overground stuff yet. And I guess during that time, that would roughly make, like, Omashu potentially, like, because that's the thing, like, there's stuff like that where, like, if Ba Sing Se isn't big at that point, is it still the capital of the Earth Kingdom? So at a certain point, was Omashu the capital or somewhere else? You know, the questions like that I think are sort of interesting. But the biggest sort of general kind of, I suppose, what geopolitical plot that I want is definitely the separation of the two water tribes and the exact details of how exactly it came about. Interesting that we didn't see Zhang at all for the casting in the live action. Yeah, he seems to be one of the few characters who they've either we don't know about, they're keeping hidden. I don't think he's required. I don't think you have to do him in book 1. I think you can insert him in kind of later on if you absolutely have to. Are they full on leaving him out? That's a tricky one. And it gets into that sort of situation of like, you know, is it okay to like leave out a character like that? It would annoy a certain amount of people, but if they include him just for the sake of it because they feel they have to, when in the grand scheme of the story is the Zhong arc that they kind of have super important, it's an interesting one. It certainly like maybe takes away a little bit of like Zhao's depth if you don't cover that detail, but maybe they're saving that for later on. So yeah, that's that. Party. I still don't get what the numbers are about really, like why we suddenly have like you know, top-loaded fractions here on these health bars. 520 over 260. Why we just have like double health? But that's fine. But yeah, like again, there's like a lot of people complain about the visuals, but I'm kind of like, there's a cool factor to just seeing this. Like we can walk around this area of the Northern Water Tribe capital, and it looks kind of cool. Again, a much more ambitious game. It'd look like a lot better. But again, we have to acknowledge like the idea of like, this was not that ambitious game. This was, as far as we're aware, a relatively small scale game. Wasn't marketed. Based on who the developer is, there wasn't hype really there or expectations. So that's the kind of tricky point here. So, plans for my next stream. Obviously, I did a bunch of streams in a row this month because specifically I knew that this game was out. Usually, when it comes to streaming, I do one a month. So my next stream, my October stream, my plan is to do it shortly after New York Comic Con. So the Avatar panel for New York Comic Con is on the Saturday. So I think my plan probably would be to do a live stream on the Sunday. That way I can do like my initial kind of news video / discussion immediately in the hours following the panel, if there is any news. And then the live stream can either be about discussing the news, if there is any, or I'll have some sort of a backup topic ready to go just in case, because otherwise Azula and the Spirit Temple is out at the very end of October, so I don't think because that's like Wednesday, Tuesday, so yeah, it'd be into November by the time we're ready to go on that. So November live stream will be Azula in the Spirit Temple discussion. Very excited for that one, because I read the book months ago. I've been just like eagerly awaiting a chance to properly talk spoilers about the new Azula comic. But October 31st / November 1st is the release date, so still some waiting to do. Who do you think is the top 5 strongest characters in the Avatar verse? Oh god, if we're just going straight to the top, we're probably talking about like, okay, you're talking about avatars. You've got Unavatu up there. You've got Hundun up there. You've got powerful spirits, so like Rava, Vatu individually. And then you've got spirits that are along the lines of like, you know, Old Iron, Glowworm, other ones like that are also pretty high up there. But, you know, a lot of times I like to separate it into like, are we talking about who are the top 5 strongest, like, quote-unquote, normal characters? Or are we talking about the real oddball kind of stuff? Like, there is, to me, a pretty big difference. Because, like, on one hand, you say, okay, excluding avatars and, like, weird kind of stuff like that, top waterbenders. And we're like, oh, well, it's Yakone's family at the top of the list just because of bloodbending. So do we get rid of them and then be like, okay, also excluding the fancy bloodbending family characters, who's the top waterbender? And at that point it's like, okay, it's Katara or Unalaq pretty much as the best waterbender that we've seen. And there's stuff like that. what else have we got here? More recent one. I thought Azula and the Spirit Temple comes out September 26th. That was the release date a delay or two ago. It has been October 31st / November 1st for the last couple of months. So yes, anyone expecting Azula in the Spirit Temple next week, unfortunately, it is not out next week. Yes, it is October 31st. So this is why in my videos I always mention release dates of books when I bring them up, because like a lot of people do struggle to keep up with them. Question here. Do you think that Korra might not end up living a very long life because of the mercury being inside her body for over 3 years? It might have a minor effect. It's very difficult to speculate. I wouldn't read into it probably like too much. Maybe it keeps her out of like going into the 100+ range, but like I wouldn't see Korra really having much of an issue living like well into like 70s, 80s or whatever. I think the strongest earthbender is either Yoon or Kyoshi. Yoon is interesting because you do have to kind of separate the character into what he is as a bender before and then after Glowworm. Because on one hand, you basically have a spiritually enhanced character who in essence has like Avatar state level earthbending abilities. Whereas beforehand, he's still an incredibly powerful earthbender. But it's his sort of like technical skill and precision that is really where he shines and is kind of considered like best in class. But it is noted that his like raw power before Glowworm isn't as high as you might expect. So I would still rate the likes of Boomy and Toph ahead of Yoon, like not factoring in Glowworm. But when you do factor in Glowworm, then yeah, he's in that weird kind of like upper territory where he's above pretty much all of your sort of quote-unquote normal benders, and you're at the point where it's only the specially powered benders that can probably deal with him, like combustion benders, certain lava benders, blood benders, and other spiritually enhanced characters. Yeah, that is the whole situation there. It's important to make those distinctions. But yeah. Do you think we see Azula in the Avatar Gang movie? That's the question. That's the big question, because it feels like the comics are not going to tell Azula's full story, so it does seem like they are saving the core of her character arc to be told in a bigger project, and that is probably one of the movies. Will it be this first one? I don't know. Because I have a feeling like they're going for a little bit more of a nostalgia-focused movie to start us out with, to kind of get people back. And Azula as the villain, or at least heavily involved in the movie, would be a really good thing. But I'm wondering, do they not want to maybe do that initially and lead off a little bit kind of easier, and then eventually do the Azula arc 1 or 2, like 2-3 movies in instead of that. Boomy versus Toph rematch, definitely it's an interesting one. The thing in terms of future content with Boomy that I'm always wondering about is like, when does Boomy die? Because like you have the situation where like obviously like Aang's son Boomy is named after King Boomy. So like is Boomy potentially still alive? Because obviously he's still so capable at 112, 13. As far as we're aware, he's still alive in the comics, so he's like 115 or 16 now, as far as we're aware. So he still seems to be going strong. I'm just interested to see like because that's a huge moment, like, for Aang. The death of his old friend Bumi is, like, would leave him as being the one kind of remaining person from his generation, really. And I think that's the really interesting part of that, to where, like, if is that an event that happens at a certain point, and I really do want to know kind of when that exactly happens. And then, like, you know, what happens when it comes to, like, you know, the royal line of Omashu and how exactly that all works. Because, like, there's details like that we don't entirely know if it's like a inherited kind of, like, position, like, through family, or if it's because of the way kind of Omashu and its history. Is it kind of more of a elected kind of style position? It's unclear. Like, the Bumi flashbacks, like it's hard to really view them as, like, you know, is this like Aang going to see a young royal, or is Bumi back then just a random kid who lives in Omashu, who goes on to prove himself and become the king? Or is he actually, at that point, like the Prince of Omashu? Because I don't think we've ever had stuff like that about Prince and Princesses of Omashu. We just know about a couple of different kings and queens in Omashu. But yeah, as far as we're aware, we don't think Bumi has kids or is married at all, so... I would hope that everyone thinks he's dead, but he's secretly alive somewhere. Yeah, it would be a very Bumi move to basically, like, fake his own death. Like, he plans his own funeral or something like that. And then you cut, like, to, like, the top of a tower nearby, and just there he is, laughing away. Is Guru Patik still alive? As far as we're aware, he should still be alive. Guru Patik is... In ATLA, he's 150 years old, I think. So he'd be 150, like, 3 at this point. So we haven't heard about his death, and he's kind of important to Aang also. So, you know, it'd be interesting. Quick thing: isn't there a Princess of Omashu? Oh, yes, actually, that is interesting. I believe that is correct, isn't it? Yeah, don't they say something about that? Yeah, that Yoon, his charm with a Princess of Omashu. So that's interesting. Hard to judge exactly what the situation is. The book's over there. I don't think I have a, like, searchable version of Kyoshi, so it'd take me a couple of minutes to actually find where it is. But I'm pretty sure that's from, like, first 5-6 chapters of the book, give or take. So it's an interesting one. But yeah, this is interesting. Like, obviously, here in the game is the Spirit Oasis. Hugely notable area. We, of course, don't really get to see it too well here, but always nice to see. It was used, of course, in the Yang Chen novels as well. Royal Palace. Speaking of, like, weird family lines, like, yeah, I guess the Northern Water Tribe family tree is also a bit of a kind of weird one, where it's like Chief Arnook, Yue dies, you know, becomes a spirit. Like, does he have another child? What happens to the Northern line? And, like, does that suggest, like many have speculated, does that technically mean that, like, Korra is related to Northern royalty? Like, going back to ATLA, like, is Korra related to Yue? in the sense that, like, is Unalaq and Tonrock's father, who was the chief before Unalaq, is he related to Arnuk? Or how does that work? Because obviously from the Yang Chen novels, again, we know that there are, like, you know, the royal family back then, like, has cousins and stuff like that. So if Arnuk doesn't have a way to continue his line, does it just switch over to, like, the other side of the family line or something like that? So it can happen that we get to see Guru Patik in Korra's timeline. Potentially, but, like, Guru Patik would then be, like, 220 something years old if he lives through the entire time gap between Avatar and Korra and is still alive. Yeah, he'd be, like, what, like 223 or 4 years old? Which is nearly approaching, like, Kyoshi's age when she died. Which, obviously, if they live that long because of the same ability, like, or technique, it is an interesting one. But here it is, one of the best references in the game. Umi Bridge. And the little moment where we actually got the idea that during the Fire Nation invasion it was actually destroyed and we had to rebuild it was kind of cool. Even though it wasn't much of, like, a sequence really, but, like, cool to see that, like, she does go on historically to get a bridge named after her. Oh, there it is in chat. There's someone's brought up Lao Ge is X character speculation. Lao Ge Watch has returned. I don't think so. Like, Lao Ge's approach to talking about chakras was very practical for the most part. Whereas, like, Guru Patik is full on, like, he is into the whole philosophy around the chakras, and he's a full on, like, guru, like, typical guru. So I'd be very surprised if they were the same person. And I don't think it can be either, because, like, canonically we know Patik's age, and then obviously there's rumors and speculation about exactly how old Lao Ge / Tiegwai the Immortal actually is. So, but he would have to be older than the 150 he's kind of stated to be, basically. Can an avatar easily achieve immortality? Based on what we know of the technique, it's one of those ones where it's just a kind of interesting philosophy mind state that you have to put yourself into to remain in that state. Like, the way it's described in the books is the idea of, like, you have to truly in your head consider yourself to be, like, stagnant, unchanging, just locked into a specific state. That, like, me right now is me how I want to be for the rest of my life. So I will memorize this version of myself and put myself back together in that form at all times. That's basically what the immortality kind of, like, technique is described as. How exactly it's really done, I'm not necessarily sure, because it's not necessarily a bending technique. It more seems to be a technique of kind of spirituality, of focus almost, in a way. And I'm guessing in a similar way to the idea of, like, achieving the airbending ability of flight. Seems simple because it's kind of just, you have no attachments to the world. But when you actually think about that, what that actually means, you understand why it actually is very rare to accomplish. Just being attached to, like, nothing, and so unattached that you actually fly. And again, the idea here is it's not just oh, I'm kind of unchanging, but like, no, literally, I will remain in this exact way for the next 100 years. And just committing to the idea that it seems like you have to constantly, like, quote unquote, repair yourself into that way over and over and over again. And there's a kind of like discipline to that. And in a way with Kyoshi, you kind of ask the question, you know, how long is too long? And when do you stop doing the technique and just decide, actually, now's the time to go? So that's the kind of idea. It takes an extreme person to actually do that. Why did Aang never do it? He never learned it. And again, a lot of characters, like, it's a typical thing I think across most media, is that not every single character is going to want to be immortal or live longer than they are kind of basically expected to. Do we know how she stopped it? No. Like, with Kyoshi, all we know is, like, the end of the Kyoshi novels, one or two events that happen relatively early in her life, and then, like, more or less, like, what, 190 years where we basically don't know what she really did, apart from more or less keep peace in the world. Minor conflicts, obviously, are going to happen, but for the most part, it doesn't seem like anything hugely major happened during her reign as the Avatar after that point. And then, you know, at a certain point, I don't know, does she stop doing the technique? Was this the limitation of the technique where there's a certain point at which you can't go beyond that? Was she actually, like, killed in some way? We don't know. That's just the reality of it. We don't know anything about Roku. Yeah, Roku, we just have basically Avatar and the Fire Lord, Escape from the Spirit World Roku, and then the Avatar Legends role-playing game. The information on the Roku era surprisingly isn't very Roku focused, but it does establish that, like, he was a very active Avatar. He was, like, a very strong negotiator. He was involved in, kind of in a way, like, the cultures of all of the different nations, and was, like, a very good kind of character at kind of stopping things from heating up more than they were going to, in an era where things were beginning to actually, tensions were actually beginning to rise. So, like, if you haven't read the Avatar Legends information, I would definitely recommend anyone actually do it, because all that Roku era information is pretty much all new. But like I said, there's not too much specifically on Roku, but they do establish him intervening in a variety of different conflicts across the world. Like, what is it? Like Chen Bao, I think that's like up in the Northern Earth Kingdom and stuff like that. Water Tribe's Sacred Island, there's a kind of conflict there. Natsuo Island, and all these other different little details. Do we know anything about Guru Patik? Mostly nothing except what's, like, stated in the show about him, pretty much. Let me just quickly check something here. Let me just read out. This is the Lost Lore. Basically, this was his bio up on the old Nickelodeon website. So, Guru Patik, at 150 years old, Guru Patik is probably the oldest person in the Avatar world. He's even older than King Bumi. Though not a bender, he is spiritually enlightened and has helped numerous benders and animals throughout the years attain their full potential and clear their pain and suffering. He does this by helping them clear their chakras or pools of energy. He practices yoga and meditation every day, which is why he is so flexible and has lived for so long. So they just put it down to yoga and meditation. But I suppose the meditation in Avatar, when it can actually be a power, is a bit of an interesting point. He also has an excellent sense of humor, but if you try to joke around during meditation, he will quickly get you back on task. When he was younger, Patik was a personal friend of the Airbenders and Monk Gyatso. Because Guru Patik is connected to all the energy in the universe, he knew the Avatar had returned when Aang emerged from the iceberg in an explosion of cosmic energy. So that last bit is kind of interesting. They kind of do kind of establish a little bit of the idea of like, you know, he basically is this kind of enlightened character, and so he kind of has a connection, kind of cosmic energies type connection, even as a non-bender. But yeah, probably better wrap the stream up there. Yeah, over 4 hours. So like I said, next stream will probably be in like what, mid-October. I guess it would. I'm not going to schedule it right now, but I think basically it will be what, October 16th, I think. Sunday. No, October 15th. Actually, that'll probably be when the next stream is, to cover the New York Comic Con Avatar news, if there is any. Again, keep in mind it will likely mostly only be like minor comic news, but we are expecting the new Korra comic to be announced, so that is going to be a hopefully pretty exciting thing. But other than that, thanks for everyone for joining me for the full playthrough of Avatar Quest for Balance. But yeah, that's been it. Thanks for watching, and bye.